Why, hello there. Let's go. Make sure everything's happy here real quick. It's a little windy outside today, but there's no storms supposed to roll in. So hopefully, I won't have internet troubles today. Let's see, that's alright. Are you alright? Are you happy? No, you're just going to be a pain. Show me signs of life. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Alright, so let's get this run. I had to nuke my cache, so it'll take a second to build for the first time. And then we'll see where we are. I believe we're good with the number picker, but I want to make sure I check it. There we go. Not map editor. Let's start in status effects. So if you have a status effect and you clear that, it's fine. It's happy. You can then type stuff in. Uh-oh. I'm losing focus. I gotta fix that. It's because I did text, not value. But if you click out of it or tab out of it, it'll default to 0. But it doesn't do that when you clear it because that's super annoying. Ooh, accept. Crap. Because we let the parent drive this, it gets a new controller, which is why I'm incorrect in my diagnosis there. Similar behavior, different cause. Where are you used? Status effects and map editor. Oh, yes. Okay. How are we going to tackle this? Because it gets a new text editing controller every time. Well, actually, hang on. This on changed. It's because on changed gets called, which calls the parent. Which then updates everything because it changed. But if we don't do that, then our plus minus buttons get broken. Oh, because our focus is here on the text field. Oh, but these have, I don't know if this will trigger on focus change. Let's check and find out. So when I'm in here, I need you focus change. So if I came in here and did 22, let's just say. No, it wouldn't. Okay. But what if... I also forgot to do this, but I might as well put it in here. And I don't know if I can actually grab... not value, text. I don't know if this will get me the same behavior. But we did pull that up, so we do have access to it. So that still works, and then if I change you to 22, let's just say. Ah, okay. So we can do that. All right. Good, good, good. And because we were using on change, we shouldn't have any side effects from that. Let me just triple check here to make sure that it's nothing being cached in the build. Make sure that still works. Heck yeah. All right. Crisis averted. And then I don't have to change anything about the larger widget. And you... we need to fix that still. That's right. It's been fixed up there, not down here. Okay. Let's do this in a commit. Hub spec. Oh yeah, because I had to update. Let's just do this. And then, oop. Fix entering multiple numbers changes cursor, text cursor position. And also, as part of this change, I should have split it up, but I didn't. On focus loss, if box is empty, default to 0. Number text box, number picker. Let's go with that. Meow. We have to fix these fellers here, and I want to double check with myself here. This has been fixed. This just got fixed. Validators need to be fixed. All right. Let's just go have us a little look-see here at this remaining issue, because I think we're pretty close to done. Coordinates. I just want to double check. This is cogent. Their update, something in there got really bad. This is cogent. We'll double check that. We'll have to check. Nope. This is definitely a cogent. It's got a label on it even. This is cogent. There we go. Okay, so let's get that stuff out of there. UI for deleting. Map for the client. That's fine. Oh, that shouldn't even be in client. It should be an editor. Goofy. Server install path setting to base all file paths for config. Yes, okay. Add dispose logic. Next attribute. We've done this. This is actually taken care of as part of this. That should have been in bugs probably. We'll worry about that later. Worry about that later. Worry about that later. That's not that. Those are feature enhancements. Okay. So we got to fix this guy, which I thought we did, but apparently not for everything. Either that or we get interrupted. Either way. Table rows. Okay. So duration and tick time need form field initial value should be duration parse. No, this is just duration controller. And we want the text. Okay, so that should take care of the duration. Perfect. And we need to add the same thing to tick time. Initial value is tick time controller text. That should, yeah. And then for something that doesn't have a duration, everything seems good here to me. And then We've got our name, description, help text, stacks with other, and self. Duration. And this should also... that didn't work. Let's go check out our... apply. Should all be within validate, which should have failed there. We saw it come up briefly. Is it actually, so if I was to... No, it ends up getting returned back. Apply, on pressed. Do our validate. Why don't I have a syntax error for that? That should be in here. Oh, you just moved down for formatting. It's fine. That was weird. Alright, we make some junk in there. There we go. It was only saving the state on valid. Oh, I guess because this is... This is valid syntax. This is also an arrow func, and I don't know why. I don't think it needs to be. I think I was still learning things and probably found somebody suggesting this for a function. Suggesting that syntax for a function, and I just... these guys don't need it, though. This is valid syntax, even though it's easy to fall into the trap I just did. Not a huge fan of that, but you know. Nobody consulted me. Okay, so invalid unit. Otherwise, we default it to seconds, we parse it, we get our absurd. We come back. Okay. I think we're good there. We're gonna delete this guy. Clean up our file changes. We don't want those in the repo. Fix duration and tick time not having initial value. Fix form saving even if validation fails. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, I think we're good. I think. Okay. We need to go fix the other forms, though, because they have gone... They have lost their validators somewhere along the way. Without completely refactoring them, because we just didn't gain enough by doing it the more correct way. It didn't become that much clearer, I don't think. So let's also just go ahead and really quick make sure nothing should fail. Nothing should have changed that's tested. Like, we changed UI stuff. We don't have UI testing really yet. Okay, perfect. So let's go take a look. Ugh, gosh. Got the yawnies today. Let's go take a look at the attributes and skills. Skills and attributes, attribute. Ooh. Attribute edit panel. You're actually the form, right? Yeah, you are. Okay. I'm gonna rename you. To be a little more clear. And I'm going to put you in your respective folders next to your models. Keep everything kind of wrangled here. And we'll do this just to make sure nothing is cached in there. Okay. Oh, you know what? We might still have validation. It's just, it is... Let me roll this back. We'll add a test one. Okay. We just need to add validation when we change focus. Because it does validate. It's just, it's only on apply. I forgot. Let me... We should be done with that tab. Rename, skill, and attribute form. Be more clear. Put them with their models. Okay. Skill form view. So... I don't think you have... You have a focus known attribute, but... I think we just need to do this around the text form field. Oop. On focus change bool has focus if we don't have focus. Ooh, but I don't have access to state here in the same way because there's no builder. I might have to... That's a build context. Is focused. Max length and build counter. I don't think that's quite what I want. I need to center my labels here too, but that's fine. We'll get there. What's auto validate mode? Does that automatically do what I want it to do? I need and window for and docs. Flutter text form field auto validate. Auto validate is deprecated. Auto validate mode. Okay, so it looks like that might be old, but we have this on focus. Perfect. So that's the name field. So I do womp, oop, womp. Did not work. Let's take this out just in case that happened to be a thing. That didn't work. Auto validate mode. Form field and form widgets. There's also, we can test that. Certainly doesn't seem to be auto-validating to me. Why doesn't that? Why doesn't it fire? Either way. And there's no I guess we could autofocus. Maybe that's related. Nope. We have a validator. We know it works. Contains a text field. The controller specify. It's be null. If controller is null, text controller will be constructed, but it's not. We give you our controller. This is not docs for auto validate mode. Look here. Well, they claim to have fixed it, but we're using the most recent. Let's see. That's the focus node manual way. So there's also on user interaction, but always should be valid in this case. You know what? Have we rebuilt since we changed that? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe maybe it's got stuff still cached. Or not really cached, but, you know, old stuff in the build. Not status effects anymore. Skills and attributes, meow. Go into our new... My first delete isn't working there either. That's annoying. Why would that be? Unchanged. I might have done... I might have done things wrong in this form. It was very early days of Flutter for me. I might have to fix it up. I don't want to, though. But why? But I'm 99% certain this is not a new... Yeah, no. And if I apply these, do they have the same? They do. Well, that one worked. Don't know. I swear we tested this and it was working. Maybe it's only... Yeah, no, my first input just gets swallowed. Why? Roll this back really quick. This shouldn't matter, but I just want to double check. If I reset, gets eaten. Why? Why this, though? Confused by that. I might just have to refactor this to use the state and all that. You only get called by this. On apply, we do all that. I wonder if this is just another manifestation of the same exact thing where that inspired us to pull the forms out separate as well, so we control the values better. I wonder if it's triggering another build and the set state getting called basically changes overwrites everything. We got no build. I'm dumb. I mean, the skill forms here. Delete this. It's you. Okay, same behavior there. But that's going to explain why this not working. Looking at the wrong thing, you know, like an idiot. Okay, so on interaction, but we want this to be on unfocus. So delete. Okay, so that part will work, but we still have this problem where not you. Is this only a new... No, it's not. And I want to double check. Status effects. Yeah, that behaves correctly. What about in the map editor in one of these guys? See, that behaves correctly too. So why is this form broken? Shouldn't need to be in here. We can certainly test it though. Oop. Let's go ahead and rebuild just to make sure it doesn't hold on to anything there. Go over to skills. Interesting. Oh, because post frame, right. Okay, yeah, that's why we did that, I think. Why we put it up there. So we clone you before the frames start rendering. Then we don't get that. Let's see, we're not doing anything. You're not overflowing anymore. Shut up. We're not doing anything exotic in here, really. We tried in name. Yeah, it loses focus after I hit delete. Double check with my past self here. Template bar, room template should do. Because you do a similar thing. And you behave. Get a controller. Unchanged. If there's unsafe changes, we do you. In this case, we bubble it up. So why? It's all editable, except for you. It's all editable skill copy. App state shouldn't matter for that. Get rid of these arrow funks while we're here. I much prefer regular old functions. That has to be because we call show dialogue. You can be normal. Reset only gets called the one time we clone you in. You're stateful. You're stateful. That makes sense. Editable skill copy, form key. What's different here? There's this, but I don't think that would be related. Not that. This set unsafe changes. And we wrap you in set state, right? Yes. That shouldn't matter. I wouldn't think. Oh, but it does. Interesting. We don't see this behavior over here in the status effects. But I think we changed you, actually, come to think of it. Status effects. This is not. What's this? What did we do differently, if anything? Doesn't say change. Oh, we gave it state. Okay. We can certainly try it. I'm confused as to why that would matter. Like so, and then we give you app state true. App state true. We did this for something else. I think it's kind of, it was kind of just left over from trying a couple things, but it's fine. Ugh. Dang, can't quit yawning today. Slept okay, too. I just need more caffeine. Okay. Let's give that a go. And see if it changes anything. No. Still eats the first input. Very confusing. Oh, I believe we did this as well. Let me double check that recollection, though. No, you're still up here. So that wasn't it. It shouldn't be being used by anything anymore. I would just need to declare that like so. But I don't want to change this thing unless we need to. Like I should be able to get rid of it, but we'll leave it since everything's working. Otherwise, we got to go back through and test it all again. Init state editable skill copy. Text form field, auto validate. And take you out just for the sake of argument. Not that it should matter. Yeah, first input eaten. Name controller. And when we initialize this in both places, we just set text. Directly, because there's nothing should be selected, which makes sense. Oh, what about the parent? Skill controller. Toggleable editor. Object controller, load items. Set the header. Set the state. This is all within on pressed though. That's my top button though. Selected index, selected object. If it's an attribute. Unique key. Is it that? Okay, that one didn't get eaten. That was it right there. Okay. We need here. Why did we do that? What were we solving? We're solving that. Why doesn't it get... selected object? When we click... did update widget. Why did I do it that way? Probably because I didn't know any better. Over here, though, we get a skill. Why didn't we... Where did you get clicked? You get set there. That's in a set state, but that's when we save. Attribute edit panel. It must be in there. That should be an object. Hi there, my fellow Flutter adventurer. Hello, Mr. Cresho. How are you today? I'm doing all right. No more thunderstorm to make my internet all spotty. That's good. Where does this get set, though? That's the actual... selected object. You should have an object controller. You don't know what you are because you're both. Enjoying a relaxing Sunday evening. Excellent. Are you working more on your RPG project today? Update item, new object. Add configurable button. Right, that's my add. You expanded list view builder item count. For the items, we go through, put them in a padding, config object sidebar. Selected index, on pressed, we set state, selected index, and object. Have I ever worked with Java Spring Boot? Nope. Doing some cleaning and reorganizing. Nice. Still haven't started 6502 part yet. Gotcha. Did you get the Plan 9 part working? On pressed, if the widget is active, we do that. This arrow funk. I don't want an arrow funk. And if a widget is active, and we set the selected index and the selected object. Selected index is for our styling. Selected object. Yes, Linux and Plan 9 versions are both working. Nice. Very, very excellent. If you're an attribute, we build that. So why wouldn't that change? We could trigger the key to be a value key instead of just a random unique key. It feels like I shouldn't need to do that, though. That does fix our selection. It's weird that this doesn't decide that it needs to rebuild because we give it a different selected object. And it changes the ID field. Not this. When we do clone you on init, that's why. I bet. Oh, I never remember this. It's like widget did update or something. Did update widget. Which should have old widget, which would be the parent, I believe. So a skill edit panel. think. Yeah. So we can call super, but then we can also say if. Oh, but then the. It'd be this, right? No. Where is the... What do you call yourself? It would just be skill, right? No, it wouldn't be. It'd be widget. Widget.skill. That's what it'd be. Duh. Just for educational purposes, I'm curious here. So then we'd need to do this. And then theoretically for skills, that would no longer be needed. Because skill is the one that implements that. Nope. Picks up the change, though. It just doesn't change. Oh, I bet. It changes this. It's these guys that don't get updated. Would I have to... We can cheat by calling that, I think. I would have to drive all the text fields manually. Interesting. Okay. So, educational, right? The path of least resistance here without refactoring everything in the entire world is just to do that. So it gets triggered to rebuild. So unless there's any reason that we need to change it, we're going to leave it as that. I don't think it's... I don't think it justifies a complete rework here. We didn't gain enough. Okay, so I can take that back out of there. We can leave you up here. That's fine. I don't want to, though. We're already here. We might as well. Not that one. We can eliminate a global variable there. Unless I can't. In which case we'll find out, right? So we'll go back to here. Auto validate mode is auto validate mode on unfocus. That gets this should all be the same, right? Yeah, we just remove the arrow func. So for name, it validates when we leave now. We need to just go add this to our other text form fields because we're using them here still. And really the only thing we validate is that they're not blank. Oop, that ain't right. On a reset, oh. Form key, current state, reset. That'll fix that. Why that? We have the same problem here where it committed the change to the thing. Was it only description field? Hang on. No. That's really annoying. Why would that be, though? Because reset should grab... We reclone you. We reset you. Unless we are incorrectly... Editable still copy for description. Hang on a second. It's because of that, isn't it? It is. Okay. So we would need to do this before. And then we can just overwrite the fields. We'll go with that. Because that reset is the same thing that bit us in the other one after we did it more correctly. Okay. It's fine. It's not, like, perfect, but it's going to be okay. That gets us the... words. That gets us the better experience of an immediate focus change validation, which is just nice for the user. We need to center these guys. Except for it's not center, it's align. And then it's alignment. Alignment. Center left is what we were doing. It helps if you put child in too. There we go. Why bother with reset? Why not just rebuild the whole form? What would I do to rebuild the whole form? I kind of do. I rebuild all the data underneath it. The reset is just basically clearing the error validations. Okay, centering, that's what I was doing. You close that. Name is now centered. You close that. Description. Base attribute ID. I missed help text. There you are. Remove widget and re-add. I can't do that from within the form itself. And we might as well let Flutter do the hard work. Okay, that should center all those guys, and that's looking pretty good. Let's delete this guy. He's just a placeholder, or just a test guy, rather. Yes, it's not within add a callback to parent widget. Or I could just reset the state and then overwrite the data fields back to where they were and not worry about it. Let Flutter do Flutter things. Okay, so we're going to do what got changed in attributes. Attributes. Do we have... We deleted our test guy that we created. Let's see. That's going to be in the... Not in here. Form state reset. Like this one. That's the one we added to clear out the validations. You're using low-level input widgets instead of firmware widgets. Yes. I have to, well, not really. I'm just I'm using. Okay, so the documentation around form state is super not accessible, right? When you're initially reading about form, it doesn't really come up. You have to really dig for it. It's not something that really gets mentioned. So I just said in my mind brain, I was just like, okay, I guess I just got to go reset all my fields and stuff. So I did that, right? And then in the other form, for the status effects that we just finished refactoring, that's the one where you said you should be using the form state to reset it. And I went and found it, and I was like, oh, I should be using the form state to reset it. But in refactoring that, we lost the ability to use the text form field widget because resetting everything, rebuilding to trigger a visual indicator that your form is dirty saves data in the form state. So that's why we had to switch to the text, to the form fields, and then use text fields inside of them and set an initial value. And like, we moved the complexity around, but didn't really eliminate it, right? If it was a simpler form, maybe. If it was more of a form and less of an edit, you know, like if it was like a form that you submitted, you sent to the user, had blank fields, and you submitted, then it would make sense to refactor. But because we want to display the current data and make it editable, we didn't gain anything really other than education. It was very educational. So I don't want to do that here. I just want to get my good UX of validating on focus change. And so we're kind of being wasteful here in that we reset the state, which brings in that extra crap that got put in there on the rebuild. And then we're resetting the stuff underneath of it. And then eventually, theoretically, I think it'll only build once in that process. But like, even if it's doing twice, I just don't care. It's not that big of a deal. So I just replace all the data under it and let it work on this clone copy that we make. And then if we hit save, that's where we already have a callback that submits to the controller the copy version. It gets overridden. Controller handles all that logic. It's good enough. I was looking for the file, which isn't in the project here. It's outside, I believe. I mean, it's that, yeah, we had to sneak a sneaky little reset in there for the error state stuff. Let's see here. Editor is where you live, but then you live in templates. No. This is a server file. Server config. Attributes. Oh, did I accidentally I must have accidentally committed. Yep. I did. Whoopsies. Usually better about checking that, but okay, that's fine. All right, we'll commit it again. We're going to add server config attributes move empty new attribute accidentally committed. And then we're going to add the screens, skills, and attributes toggleable. Did I miss something here? Editor lib screens, skills, and attributes. Widgets. There we go. Switch to value key on the selected object instead of unique key. Unique key causes first text input to be swallowed. And then we'll check in the last one. Add field validation on focus loss to fields. Okay. Sounds perfectly okay, just seems too much work. Well, it's already done work. It has that advantage over refactoring to gain little to nothing. All right, that's taken care of. Skills are done. We need to do the attributes side. We need to center up everything. All of these guys. And in theory, that should still be in my clipboard. It is. Let's do that. You don't intend to add new fields in the future is perfectly okay. I mean, we don't gain anything really from refactoring. Even if I was to change fields, I don't gain much in terms of complexity. We move it around, but we don't gain. There's no real win in having to do. Like, we can manage our data underneath here. Because we don't want to modify the data until we hit OK, right? Or until we hit apply. So we have to have a copy of data to work from. Whether that lives in form state or whether we manage that ourselves, right? If form state was a little more user friendly, if triggering a build to change and give a little signifier that the form has been dirtied, didn't put data into the state that I don't want, and if it could just work, right, then yeah, it would be a win. But It's not. There's just you have to do things in a equally complicated and annoying but different way. Or you have to pull in somebody else's package to do a thing that you can do it. It's fine, right? Like, this is all understandable. It's not that bad. And I would rather do the annoying work than bring in a dependency all day long. The real thing I wish is just that forms worked better. What was I doing? This. You, in your form field, need auto validate mode on unfocus. That's what you need. And then we need you here. And then we need you here. Table subpad, help text. That should be the only 3 fields for you, because the top one is... You don't intend to add new fields in the future. It's perfectly okay. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so that gets us all centered up. If we go back and add our new guy here, we get our deals. We need to add our reset, but we get our validation. That's cool. Wrong side of the world. This side of the world. In our reset, current state, reset, then do the cloning over and all that good stuff. Validate in the on save. I think we're okay. Seems pretty good to me. Okay. Status. Oop. Attributes has been changed. Why were you changed? I deleted you. Do I have a delete problem? Oh, no, it's just missing a comma now. Okay, that's fine. That's valid. It's okie dokie. I'm also not for pulling external dependencies packages if I don't really have to. Yeah. Okay. I think... Like, my threshold for external dependencies is kind of like... Is this going to take me more than a day to write, sort of deal. And like, if you get down, if you decide to, okay, I'm just going to write it myself. And handle it, and not counting, like, we spent, well, about a day writing, refactoring the other form, but that was mostly time spent learning stuff, right? About how forms work in Flutter, the default ones. So I would still be okay. I'm still comfortable with that decision. But like, if it's something where you get through a day and it's like still, you're like, man, I think this is like another day or maybe 2, then you can just, you learn things, part of the process, and you can pull in a dependency later. Decide to throw that branch away, pull it in, be done. You'll also have insight into the problems that they solved in that dependency, and that'll give you a lot of context if it's broken later too. So like, Super big fan of that myself. So yeah, this is fine. Center labels and add form validation on unfocus to all fields. I have a good approach. I appreciate that. Okie dokie. Oh, you know what we should do while we're here? We should set future us up for success. In the same way we did in the other file. Like so, and then the same over here. That way, it becomes easier to navigate when we fold. Base attribute ID. Okay. Just like so. Add labels to the table rows. Just make sure comment labels for folded code orientation. We'll type the correct letters for the push and it'll be good. All right. So we fixed that up. We need to, I think it was the, was it all of the forms in here? It's certainly the template forms. We need on blur. Yeah, we need them over here too. Because right now, it only happens on validation. And our reset doesn't actually clear that. Okay, so we got to fix that up. Easy peasy, now that we've kind of solved all of the weirdness. We're done with that for now. We'll go and do the room template. Yes. And do I need to... No, you have a different layout, so I don't need to center you. I just need to add the other fellas there. We'll do this while we're here. You don't fold so very nice. That's okay, though. I guess we don't really gain anything from doing these guys. They're kind of, this widget doesn't lay out as nice. We'll just take them out then. Okay, we will do the auto validate mode. Can I have was it auto validate? What? I just did you. Type auto validate mode. Yes. On unfocus. That's here you go. I don't know why line completion fell on its face there. Okay. And then the template description here. Same deal on unfocus. Our room description gets it. And then the verbose description also gets it. And then our reset, current state, reset. Okay. I think that's all of them. Okay. Description didn't. Does description have... Oh, you know what? Description might be optional. Let me double check this really quick. We'll finish the rest of this and we'll look at that. Okay, good. Resetting clears all of the errors. Description. Description is optional. It has no validator, but we're gonna leave that in there so that if we decide we need to add one, it's ready to go. I'm perfectly okay with that. Add you. Add on unfocus validation and validation error clearing on reset to room template form. Easy peasy. We're going to do the connection template form as well. In the same way, you and you name, template name and template description. You don't have one, same story. That's cool. Totally happy with that. Enter message, exit message, exit description. Spot DC is allowed to be, and use DC are allowed to be nothing, so we'll leave them alone. And that should be everything for you, I think. And then in our reset, we'll reset the state as well. That gets us... Make you a little bit bigger so I can actually see stuff. So, template name, you're allowed. You did not. Oh, because you have extra new lines in there that we do need to get rid of eventually. Okay, and then resetting. Perfect. Let's actually do that right meow while we're here. After we do this, on unfocus validation and validation error clearing on reset to connection template form. Oop. Let's get rid of these new lines in our thing. Those are a hangover from the way Cogent did stuff. Are you? Yeah, you're already missing your... You already been cleaned up. Take you out of there. Do you have any? Nope, not on that one. Not on that one. Okay, perfect. And I guess I need to... Okay, you did save. Need to check you. You have them. Description, okay. Because description's new, I believe. We changed the way it worked. So along the way, it got committed. And your brand spanking new, so you should... Yeah, there we go. You didn't exist in Cogent Land. Let's just double check here while we're doing due diligence sort of things. You are in the editor because you are a template. Connection templates. Template description has... How do you have new lines? You don't display them. I'm not going to worry about that too much because it's not really valid. Got to save that though. There we go. There we go. Clean up extraneous new lines left over from Cogent saving file. I think cleaning them up was kind of on my to-do list in Cogent too. I just never got around to it. And now there is no Cogent. In this project anyway. Okay, rooms and connections, the forms, not the templates. Fix that really quick. Tape goop all over my hand. We're done in there. We're done in here. Skills and attributes. No. It's going to be in map. Tile data sidebar. Room data form. You are the above style, so you don't need the centering. We just need auto validate here. Description, verbose description. Yeah. And then we don't... Ooh, this one's going to be a little bit different because the form stuff, the controls for it live in the other widget. So we had to do that to get what we wanted. File data? File data. Your delete forever right here. You validate, but the reset button. Icons refresh on pressed. As form state. Reset. Is that going to screw me over? It shouldn't because we reset here. Let's find out. Okay, that worked. That worked. That worked. Okay. I would need to make a change and then we're good. Perfect. So that should be room data form tile data. Yes. Let's do... We'll just do it one, it's fine. Add on unfocus validation to room form. Add reset of form state to the sidebar reset button. Okie dokie. Connections. Conveniently, well, inconveniently split across different types, different flavors here, but ultimately using the same form, which is convenient. And y'all use the same label above methods. We don't have to center you. We just need to. This is read only. Oh, sidebar form field. You're not actually a form field. Wait. Oh, yes, because you're all read-only. Wow, brain fart. I was like, why are these all texts? Because origins and destinations are. They're read-only. Okay. Enter message, though. Exit message. These are things we are allowed to modify in this place. You're allowed to be whatever. That's fine. We'll leave you alone. It should just be these couple guys here. And that should fix... Not allowed to be null. Not allowed to be empty. Not allowed to be empty. Or null, but yeah. Build form list. Form key. So you still have a form key. The... Because you're an embedded widget in here. You're two widgets in one. You will be inside of here. Connections. Just a column. We give our controls there. Get connection forms. Connection data form. And you figure out... No, you are yourself. because I don't pass a form key to you. That's why you don't reset. It's fine. This is a global key, form key. Aren't you? Am I mistaken? Are you just directly a form key? No. What are you? Oh, it's just a global key. It has no type. Okay. And then here, if we use it, form key. Now, oh, that might not have been built with it in it. I might also... Synchronization failed. Because these guys... These guys got past the form key. Well, yeah, because this isn't... I don't have access to you. So I need to pass you through. And if you are... Yeah, you have a key. So, like, why do you have a key? Or a form field, rather. I should be able to get rid of this entirely. And I just don't need that to be a form. It's a container that's situationally builds up. Why do I have a different form? We'll look at that in a second. I might be able to get rid of these. That would be kind of nice. Oh. Oh, this is just form key. Because I'm not a stateful widget. Why are you different? Oh, because I haven't saved. You get the key. You come out. Like so. Like so. Oop. You go in there. And then you, when you call... I need this to have the form key. I call you? Widget form key, yeah. I don't know why you weren't coming up before. Okay. So, now that everything gets passed down correctly... Ooh. Let's rebuild that. Hopefully that's just a... Not reload, yeah, okay. So... Nope. I've screwed something up along the way here. You get a form key now. You could put that key into your form. Look at this while we're here, because it might be related. You don't seem to be used. Because we put everything into one. So theoretically, horizontal could go, and vertical could go. And then tile data here doesn't need to care about these guys, right? Get tile data. See, why didn't you come up in my usages? Can you just return connection data form? Should be able to in theory. Get tile data, which gets called up here. So the default becomes connection data form. You take index though. Ooh. Index. Oh. Okay, I might have jumped the gun here a little bit. We're just going to restore everything here. Pull you all back in real quick here. Pull y'all back in here. There we go. You guys had build form list in you. Okay, so let's just do one thing at a time here real quick. Hang on 1 second. Removing this should still be valid. We have our container and our edge inserts. That's still good. We just put a column inside of you. That column is a list of forms. Now these guys are super duplicatey, but one thing at a time here so that we can diagnose where things go wrong. So this should be no different. Everything should be happy still. We won't have our reset yet, but the rest of it should be working. Figure so I can actually see something here. And if I come in here and I delete that. All right, yeah. Okay, so we won't have our validation, but okay, perfect. Because the validation was in there. We're not broken anymore is the main thing. Okay. Now, connection data form. Let's put you back in. And make you required. And your key is the form key. Widget.form key, that is. In your stateful, which is fine. So now you guys already have the form key. We pass you in. Like so. And then room data is the only offender here. And you need that. And then you pass that in. Okay, now. Interesting. Duplicate global key detected in widget tree. Because you are all because you're all the same widget. That's what's going on. Okay. So, if we roll the form key out of you entirely and let the parent drive you, is that valid in the eyes of Flutter? Ditch one of them. And then we need to take you back out of here. That's fine. I much prefer to not. Do I need... probably do need a form here around these guys. But we can't have him in there. Okay. And then you up here. There we are. That comes out. You, however, are you within the bounds of the form? You are. Okay. Rebuild. Make sure we get a nice fresh start here. Map editor. Test map. You. Okay. Now my form works again. Resetting works, but we have an issue with set state or mark needs build called during build, which is caused by what? Set state, force rebuild did change because the form field state did change. Okay, so we'd have to fix that. Figure that out at some point. Let's double check that this is not completely insane first, before we devote time and energy to figuring that out. What about just over here? These are going to be separate forms. So that's going to add complication here too. Because if we go, this made my life a lot easier. Because y'all are separate forms. Let's roll this back. We'll let you manage your own key. I suppose we do need to chuck we just do it on the inter message, I suppose. Auto validate mode, auto validate mode on unfocus. We need something to put that state in there for us to test. Why does so if I leave you empty and I hit apply, it validates. Validation works there. Oh, because that actually made a change. Shouldn't have, because validation failed. But it did do the validating step. It just... Where are you? Tile data. Vertical tile form. Where's my tile data sidebar? Oh, you're right here. Yes. Apply. Apply. There we go. Text at the bottom. For whatever reason, Flutter wanted that. This does depend on validate working to save the changes. Or at least it claims to. But why did it trigger the validation while at the same time on the failure committing the change? Like it now thinks it's an empty connection for some reason. We would have to... Like, we'd have to get kind of hacky with this, I think. Is there a built-in way... I doubt there is. It doesn't make sense that there would be. We need to do something different. What is the question? How do I wish to do this? Get tile data, which returns these guys. Oh, actually, okay. So hang on. We have a form inside of these guys, right? No. Wrong thing. This guy. We give him the key. If these guys aren't in this form, I feel like we did this already, but I'm going to go down this path again. So you're just a container. Right. Then your parent is a form. And it's the form I've given the key for. Does that make you able to obey it? So that when I come in here and I delete this, it does. Okay. Perfect. So we still have our marks need build and all that crap is broken. But that is, I think, something we can get around here. So then we don't need that anymore. And then in our room connection guy here, that validation works. That reset works. Okay. Is this need build trouble related to our reset? Or is that something else? Delete connection. Don't save changes. Not you, tile data. Reset. Take that out. Do we still have the error message? Yes. Okay. So it's something else, which makes sense because we get a bunch of stuff happening here. And it's probably, if I go to the name, ID, or not name, but intermessage. Is it the on change here? Just for curiosity's sake. Kind of promising. Is it this? Reset. Okay, it's this right here. Which comes up to our map editor. Unsafe tile changes. Um, well, this is just a... Don't attach subforms. You can attach controls on a main form regardless of hierarchy. Right. I just need to... I have to do something different. Because, so... This same form... Well, this same widget gets reused here where it has a parent form, and here where it's just floating alone here in this widget. So I'd have to add something to wrap around it. But I don't think that's going to solve this problem. Our on-save state notifier is just a callback. Map state. This. Get down there. Oh, that's not going to change anything, though, I don't think. I think that's still going to be a problem. Yeah. Why does that state change trigger a rebuild of the stuff on the right? I would understand if it was rebuilding if this was causing the main middle window here to rebuild, because it's got to show up. It does it there too. It has to show up. Well, not here because we don't. It doesn't matter. Yeah, this has to show up, so that would make sense to me, but less so this side. Just pass proper form key. They need a. They would need a parent. The form would have to be in the parent. Right now, they just get dumped into a list. But this is the main problem right now. The it's weird that you fire. You don't really need an inner form inside existing. That's what I'm saying. There is no existing form in one of the two configurations. It's weird that we get this. So if we comment you out, intermessage is the one we're playing around with as a test. If we don't attempt to set this state, everything works without vomiting up errors, I believe, unless I'm losing my mind. Yeah, no errors happen. I guess, okay, so it would depend on this little guy up here. Does depend, but it's not, it's in the parent widget. Why would it need to rebuild everything underneath of it? That's a little odd. And here's going to complain. And it's not really going to tell me too much about... I guess we can dig further. Editable text. You know, builder. Yeah, it doesn't really tell me where. Hmm. This is being reset and then modified. It's you. Because here... we reset selected tile. What if we do that first? I think there might be other problems with that. No, we still get the error too. Reset selected tile, call set selected tile on you. But if we don't call the form reset, it gets held on to, right? Or am I losing my mind? Let's completely reset everything here. And if I do that, I get my error. Oh, that's still this still has that issue. It's because so it's not directly tied to this reset. Is because before this wasn't rebuilding? That doesn't make sense. Do you have a... No. Why don't you... You just call this. That should really clear everything. I guess maybe Flutter hangs onto it. Why does not having it in a form? Because even if we don't call reset here, we just do our reset selected tile. Okay, we do whatever, we reset, and it still is upset about Mark needs build, call during build. Is it related to this, I wonder? Oops. Where is that getting? Double called, essentially. Why is it getting double called? Wonder if it's this. Why do you do that? Why do you set the selected ID to you? That doesn't seem right. That is to keep... You change dependencies. Trying to remember, I think that was to keep a selected one open after we made a change. This statement here is confusing to me. We'll need to chase that down eventually. But... but I need to use the restroom and get a beverage. So I'm going to be right back. It's a good time to stand up, stretch out, all that good stuff. And I'll be in a minute. And we'll check this out again. Figure out why this. Be right back. All right. There we go. Ah, I'm all blurry. Hang on. 1 second. Let's fix that. Wrong button. That button. This button. Then this one. Dead Jim. Unplug. Replug. And then magic. All right. Instead of calling original widget, just call form child origin. Yeah, that's not the problem I'm trying to solve right now. I'm trying to figure out why it's getting something is trying to get marked as needing to be built while it's already building, and Flutter is having an upset about it. And I want to understand that before I change anything else in the world. No, strike that. That wouldn't work. Why not? Like, because these guys, in a room configuration, this is the form, right? And then they get added to it. So they don't need to have a form inside of them, in theory. What the heck that noise was? Over here, there is no form widget. These are the form widgets. So it would need a container. And that container would need to have a form. Yeah. But I want to, before I go changing more things, I want to understand why this is broken, because this should also be broken in this case. And it is. So something is getting double triggered here. And understanding exactly what is a little tricky. Historically, this has come from my root level state here, where it's tracking the fact that a widget has changed. So that actually doesn't need to be in here, which is interesting. That should only be firing on a save, but it's tracking the fact that the map has been modified in some way, or the widget, right? So, oh, right. So, oh, my apply is broken? Oh, I commented out. No, I didn't. Okay, I gotta untangle that. But if we make a change to this map in memory, there's an unsaved change. So the entire app has a state handler that just tracks that. So that if I then go and forget to save my changes, it prompts me and says, hey, you're about to throw away changes. Is that good? Or are we making mistakes? Historically, that is the source of this sort of problem. Obviously, I have other things afoot, though, because even when I successfully add this change, it may not be getting saved. It's not. Oh, probably because that error was getting saved? No. Okay. So something else is afoot, too. The plot thickens. Yeah. It's... I've got to untangle this mess before I go making more of a mess. And that state has to live at a global level because this menu bar lives at the global level. So without some kind of global state to let it know, hey, a form is dirty somewhere, um, it doesn't work. And I don't want to lift all of the state up to the entire app, so we get an annoyingly complicated solution. It's not really annoyingly complicated, it just has gotchas that I need to learn to handle. The joys of becoming a front-end developer the hard way. So that's extra interesting that this is no longer saving changes to that. And I wonder... Singleton? With regards to what? Nothing is explicitly called a singleton, or I'm not even sure if Dart has singletons. I'm not super familiar with them. Singleton for global state. No, not I mean, it's a thing that exists at, not the main, I don't think. I think I put it... No, I did put it at the main. So up here. When we create the main window, we create this state handler, which is part of the provider package to avoid working directly with traversing the widget tree upwards to look for the state object, which sucks. You just need a flag modified. That's exactly what it does. You can have a global variable for that. That's exactly what it does. Okay, so why did we lose form, or not form, but saving? We took you out of a form, but you do have a form parent, especially in a room. You absolutely have a parent, and that's correct. But this doesn't now apply. We do call validate. Is it a validation error? Did we not validate correctly somehow? Ew, it doesn't validate. Why does it not validate? Hmm. Or are you not a form state? Does something get mangled? Shouldn't be. Nothing should get mangled. Unless that, well, because we did without creating a validation error first. So it shouldn't be related to that. You. Form key current state. It's a form state. It's not null. True. So I need to actually call you. False. Why false? Can I step in without getting... No, it's going to become a disaster. I'd have to walk through all of this framework code. Which I don't really want to do. I don't want to dig through that. It's going to be a pain in the ass. But we do know that now it's not validating. Let's find out if it's actually getting called in here. So we've got all our stuff, which eventually has a parent form. And if I go to here, let's do enter message. Yep, we are okay. Right here. I come in here. I do hit there if it's empty. That's correct. If I fill it again, oops. Okay, we done? Thank you. If I fill it again, apply. Okay, so we do end up in here still. Value is foo. So we return there. Step up out of the framework code, please. Oop, you're going to be a pain. So I'm going to need to go... Just going to stop. The other place it could be is in the room itself. Let's do this really quick. The map editor, if we go into the room, or connection rather, instead of the room. And I change you. I don't go in. Oh, right, because you don't have a parent form there to validate. But also nothing gets saved, though. I wonder... A, it could have just been dirty data. Come into here. Okay. We come in there. It was just dirty. Okay. So that's interesting too. And then this comes back false as well. Did I make a mistake in one of my validators? Value is null or empty. Value is null or empty. It's the only ones we have. Guess we could pop into these guys. Or what's actually calling them if we don't have... Did I put a form... out here? Where are you? You... Selected tile. Get tile data. So no, I didn't. I just give these guys a form key. Theoretically, I could put the form up here. But that doesn't help me understand why... it'd be here. That's why it's still validating. So theoretically, this could be simplified. I shouldn't need these intermediate widgets. But that also isn't explaining why validation is failing. And I'm not getting my saved. Move you over here because you have my map state in you. So put that back in for a second. Why are you? And let me completely restart. Make sure we don't have any old data in here. Validation error. We're at... Not in there, that's for sure. Because we should have hit these breakpoints. But we do hit them, right? We do the validators, not the error cases. Yeah. We do get there. Why? Mark needs build ends up getting called. Wasn't really paying attention to what I was clicking through there. Error message should be empty, and it is. Ugh, because I'm stupid. If not... If validate is false. Gosh, I'm a dumb. Wait, no. That's correct. Jeez. But that's not a validation error, right? Hang on. Returns true if there are no errors. So that should make it false. Yeah, okay. I had it right. Not as dumb as I thought. Almost. Not quite. So why do you return false? That's still a problem. Where is that coming from? And why does removing your form in here cause this? Because if we... Okay. How do I want to prove this to myself? If I put a form here again, child is the container. Oops. Key can just be a global key. That's fine. Child is a container. We go close you. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? if I do that, basically should work again, right? Unless I'm completely losing my mind. So I come in here, I change you to foo. It gets applied. Removing that form. So either forms don't nest like that. And like maybe they have to be a direct descendant. Or maybe they have to be, maybe you can't nest them. Let's reset this. Like mouse regions and stuff, maybe those can't be there. Maybe a layout builder is the problem. But it's pretty clear that that is indeed the problem with getting just basic saving to work. Like this other stuff aside. Looking forward to a coding day. Nice. Are you working on a personal project or what you up to? Let's just check this real quick. Everything, please. Mono repo hub. Gotcha. Gotcha. Let's see here. So these guys have the form key in them. And they build the children. But without a form here, it validates as false. Terrace is on a 7-stream streak. What a legend. Appreciate you, man. I'm all in for Dart and Flutter. Does that mean you're going to run away as soon as I switch back to Go? Start working on server stuff? Got to run see you tomorrow. Have yourself a good one there, Mr. Crusho. We'll catch you later. Thanks for chatting the stream. Absolutely. Thanks for being here. Let's see. I do not know anyone who streams Dart or Flutter. Am I a joke to you? So I'll always stop by to stay high at least. Well, I will always appreciate it. Let me see if I can find any wisdom. Yield internet. So Flutter, this is a tricky one to even formulate a question for. Form inheritance? Maybe that'll give us some wisdom. Form field widgets. It's optional. Form widget has a common ancestor of all of those. Call methods on form state to save, reset, or validate each form field. obtain the form state, you may use form of with a context whose ancestor is the form, or pass a global key to the form constructor and call global key current state. Which we can't exactly do in these subwidgets because then we have duplicate global keys detected. Form field, single form field widget, yada yada. Text form field is a convenience widget that wraps a text field widget in a form field. Okay. Oh, we can do auto validate mode on the form itself. That's cool. That'll save some effort. Those are debugs. Maybe returns the form state of the closest form widget, which encloses the given context, or null if none is found. But in order to tie state through without having duplicate global keys, go look at our work in skill status effects. The effects and attribute. I want to be in. That's where our form lived. The form. And then these guys. What was the form field string? Takes a builder, takes the state, or gets the state automatically, basically. So we would need to, in here, not here, horizontal can be our playground here. Actually, it's just connection data form. Because they all end up here. So we would need to wrap these. If we take form out, which breaks stuff. What did I mess up? That. Deleted one too many. Child label. Okay. So we come down to our enter message, let's just say. Instead of a text form field, or can we do you have the ability don't think you do. I don't see it in there unless I've overlooked it, which is possible. What if we did a form field directly here real quick? It's a string. We'll wrap you like so. Your child is this, but you have, oh no, it's not even a child. Because we need to do builder. That's what we need to do. Form field state string state. But this needs to be, what did they say? Form of context, right? With a context whose ancestor is the form. Our context in here should be the ancestor. Form of I guess I would need to do form state is form of context. But I can't put you in here either. Why won't you go? Do I need to put you in parens so that you resolve? No. Seems like I can't just pull you out of there. Hang on, let me just do that. Is there a syntax that's valid to do this or no? I can put this. I can put this up here and build, because that's the only thing this widget does is build this thing. And build up here. We can do it after all this good stuff. And we'll say form state is bop. And then that, right? And then you. And then you. No, other way around. Is that the same state? I don't actually know. Let's find out. Find out if I'm insane or not. Map editor. Horizontal is the one we messed with. Doesn't actually matter. It'll be all of them. Foo. Does not save. Okay, so that didn't work. Current state of a form field. Well, that would be the built. That would be passed in by whatever this executes this. It wouldn't be. This isn't used. Okay, so I've made a mistake there, which is fine. I just need to. Ugh. Is there a way to? But like a nested form widget. See, I still feel like this should be able to figure it out. I would think. Unless it's okay. Is constraints actually used? Let's check this. Is this layout builder a leftover from ye olde days? Let's see, it would be that. Container width was being set by it. Does that matter? Maybe. Maybe not. Curious, though, if this fixes the problem or not. Maybe the layout builder basically nukes the parent state. Ah, okay. So, layout builder, bad idea. Oh, wait, no. Crap. I need to remove the form before I can make that statement. You go away. Now. No, okay, so still broken. Right now, I'm on my 4th Dart Flutter project. I'm still learning a lot, which means all my previous code sucks, right? It's exactly the case, especially going back to those, the status effect forms and all that other stuff, and I'm looking at it now, I'm like, this kind of sucks, but it works, so I'm not going to change it, because otherwise I'll just be in refactor hell forever, right? I just want good UX, and I'll be happy. Okay, so... this breaks stuff. And actually, I'm just going to restore. Taking this independent form out of here breaks everything. They don't respect the parent having a form key if you do this. Your UI is so big I wouldn't even attempt it, right? It is a very big, very complicated UI. I picked, well, I didn't initially want to do this as my first Flutter project, you know. But I had so many problems with the Android build system for making just a basic app, which, yeah, true, fair enough. Like, that adds extra complications of different kinds. But I was trying to lean into, like, the thing Flutter is supposed to be doing. It's mobile first, right? Anywho, I had so many problems with that I didn't want to bother fixing them. I was like, okay, I'll just do the thing that I want to do really anyway. And it was a big, a big learning curve. Okay. So that screws the pooch. I'm doing Android for 15 years now. It sucks, right? Not really a mobile guy either. But it was the idea that kind of came up to my brain, was just to do like a basic screen time tracking app. I was like, that'd be, in theory, the pieces should be there and it should be simple to build UI wise. The emulator stuff broke, and I spent, you know, like a day looking at why and trying to figure that out. And I was like, I could continue to figure this out. I'm sure I can fix it. I'm sure I can find it. Or I can just get on with it, you know? So it's very interesting that these nested forms work fine. Ooh, we don't do validation, though. So they don't actually work fine. They save, at least. Which, okay, they save because the validator doesn't. Okay, so it's just broken in a different way. So how am I going to fix it? I could do something like, we'll use horizontal as our guinea pig just as we noodle around here. I can't do a validate there. And I would need to hand out keys to the children and then track them. I could do something kind of janky like that, but there's no like form-wide validator. We could do something like this. Can I do that? Yeah, that's absolutely crazy town. But is it allowed? At least the IDE thinks it's valid. Okay, so if I did that, validator. So in here, and these should be these should be form state, right? Yes. But we'd have to do the same thing we did here, basically, like almost like a callback, right? Like we did in tile data here. So we need to cast it probably in our apply here. Current state. You'd be that. Except for this doesn't get passed through, so that's a problem. We'd have to do this. Put the parens in the right places. We'd have to do something crazy like that. And then end up passing this down. Which I don't know would work. Let's just chuck that. That's too ugly and crazy. We would have a horizontal tile form if we're here. Or we know that we're a horizontal tile form, rather I should say, if we're here. And we built this. I don't want to do a bunch of things that have this duplicated in it. I just want to use this guy. And I could just build them with their own form keys and track that, but then I would have to have like a validator thing that would just call them all. Is there... Confused as to why I can't do... What was the other thing? Maybe of... Form state of the closest form widget. But... I don't have the ability to give it... to give form fields their state directly. I don't think. How do I... or can I do the other way around and add... widgets to the state if I have it. Like, these should be children. It should happen automatically. It must be related to... Okay. If we took out... Just for testing purposes... You would still end up here, though. Which is fine, because, not here, here. Which is fine, because this has a key that we provide it, so it should still work. It acts as a wrapper. That's why we have these in here. So, connection data form... Any dependencies, fine, whatever. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of the drag target. Just all of this for the sake of a test. Mouse region. All these little things that we do need, but... exit message, inner message, here we go. All the way back up to... The hell are you? The form goes around all these guys already. And that works. Well, no, it doesn't really work, but... Which is another interesting question. Okay, if we took out everything there and left the form in here, would we get our validation back just for curiosity's sake? We need you. Did we take out our if along that way? Probably. Yeah, we just return. Okay, that's fine. For the sake of the test. We can get rid of the collapsed one too. We'll simplify this widget as far down as we can go. Let's see, we need one more, right? There. Okay. Simple, 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 right? Make sure we rebuild you. Okay. You're expanded because that's the only thing you can do now. If I do an invalid, you don't validate, but you apply. Okay. Not great, but I can live with that for a starting point. Because that's kind of where we're at now. Now, if I take this form out, and it's just a container, keeping in mind it has a parent form that we call validate on, outside of this widget, and we make sure that we get a nice fresh new build, will you figure out that you should be doing validation-y things? You do. Okay. We have other troubles. Mark needs build, gets called, and all that. But. Oh, didn't actually apply it, though. Interesting. Which usually, so far today, as we kind of unpack this and figure out what's going on with this crazy problem, has meant that we didn't validate. Let's find out if that's the case. It is. Okay, so we get the same behavior this way, which is kind of a good thing because it leans in the direction of this should it's either completely wrong or it should work the same way with all the other things wrapped around it. Either way. Let's roll them back. We don't want all those changes. We just wanted to science a little. Okay. I really don't want to have duplicate forms. I really, 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 really don't. Why would you fail to validate? And earlier when we did that, we proved that it wasn't coming from there. So it would have to be coming from up here. But no validator is specified here. So, WTF, mate. What about a form builder? Is that a thing? Because we have like list builders, and they do things a little different. Form builder. That's a package. Doesn't look like there's a native standard library like a list builder. Yeah, no. Okay. We could... Or we removed all this as a thing. We know we can put form children in columns. We've been doing that all the whole way, and it's been fine. Hmm. Let's take the form back out of here and try... Let's see here. You're down this way. No, I'm in the wrong place. Connection data form. Form. That goes away. Widget states controller. There's nothing in here. About giving it a different thing. Okay, here's an idea. So let's take the form out of here. We only have a column of children. Yeah, column of children. We accept. We don't have, this is stateless. We don't have the ability to have variables in here. We'd have to make you stateful for that. But yeah, I can't do that. And we can't give you... the same key. It'll complain. Boy, this is a sticky wicket. I'm gonna have to kind of noodle on this one a little bit. In order to get what I want and have it actually doing validation, that's going to be problematic. Do you know where you are at development, like 30% done? Like for the editor or for the whole thing? Because the editor, yeah, the editor is at like 99%. Well, it's at 100% feature parity with the old editor, right? There's some things we need to polish up, and I need to fix this issue. But we're actually slightly better than the old editor already. It will need a couple of things to get added to it and change it. Like we need to support maps connecting to other maps. So the editor doesn't know how to talk about that yet. We need to do that. So there's other features that'll need to be added to it, but it's pretty close to where it needs to be. And then as we add other things, we'll have to bring them into the editor too, like NPCs, right? They're going to be JSON files probably, I think, because everything is, but we'll see how they end up. And then you'll have to be able to, create a class of a, bandit raider. You'll do that, and then the engine will spawn bandit raiders or whatever. But yeah, that's going to take me to 4 hours here. I'm going to restore this just before I go, because we're just kind of figuring stuff out here. Tomorrow, we're going to have to figure this out. This is tricky because I've uncovered that bug where they're not actually validating. That's a big problem. But we'll get it figured out. For now, I'm going to go have lunch and then go work on my other project so that I can hopefully start streaming it soon. And we'll do kind of both probably for a while. But thank you to everybody who came to hang out today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. And if you like this kind of nonsense, I do it 4 days a week, 4 hours a day, roundabouts, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So tomorrow I'll be back here at 10 a.m. Central doing the same thing again. And I'd love to see you. And if not, you guys have a great weekend.